morning and happy Sunday. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to Sunday Sprints. Let me know what you guys plan on getting up to today, if you are going to use these as productivity or if you guys are going to be reading. I have a buddy read that I am doing with Victoria Masters, and so I will be reading The Empire of Silence, which is a reread for me. I ended up reading the first two books in the series, so Empire of Silence and Howling Dark, and then waited like a year and a half to start the third one, and it was not a good decision. So I'm gonna restart the series. So that's what I plan on doing in today's sprints, as well as getting some housework done and some exercise, because I haven't done my exercise this morning. Actually, the last time that I talked to you guys, it was really, really hot here, and I think today it's much better. Hold on just a second. I don't think you guys needed me to cough on you. It's 72 degrees currently, and within the next, actually, it's not supposed to be in the 80s until noon. So I think I'm going to utilize that in the first sprint at least to go for a bike ride and maybe a walk. So I'm excited about that. But with Empire of Silence, to get back to my book, I am about halfway through, and I'm still enjoying the world. Whenever I read this originally, I read it back in 2022. It was 2022 or 2023, so it's been a minute. And it was my favorite book of the year. And I really like the way that the story's told. I've told you guys this over and over again, but I like it when a narrator is looking back on their life and telling you their story. I think that's really fun. So it's been interesting to get back into it and to see how many there are like little pieces that I really appreciated of him. So he's reflecting on the fact that you have two main races. You have humans and then the Cielsen, even though there's a whole bunch of other races. But he talks about how like humans are one of the only races that have gone out into the stars and believe that everything belongs to them. And so that's been an interesting discussion to see that I don't remember from my first read of it. But yeah, so let's see what you guys are getting up to today. We have Danny here. Hello, Danny. And Hillary. Hello, welcome. Lucina's here, reading The Remarkably Bright Creatures. You'll have to let me know what you think of that story. It's one that's been like on and off my TBR because I'm a little hesitant. I don't know if it's going to be for me. So you'll have to let me know what you think. You're enjoying it, but it's taking some, oh no, annoying turns. Interesting. That is the one that has an adaptation now, right? I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Because I have just thought about like watching the movie instead of reading the book, but I've heard really great things about the book. What type of annoying turns? If you can say, if it's not like huge spoilers. Tennille's here. Hello. And Nick. Hello. Danny has less than 100 pages left of Chain Gang All Stars. Amazing. You're going to finish that today. Maybe. No pressure. Julia is here. Hello. And Julie. Tennille has 4 books in progress. We'll be switching between The Assassins of Thessalon, which is a Penrick novel, Cashil's Dart, Pride and Prejudice, and The Antique Hunter's Guide to Murder. You have quite an assortment of stories there too. Cashil's Dart is one that I've had recommended to me before. I haven't picked it up. You have a classic in there as well. The Antique Hunter's Guide to Murder sounds intriguing. And I don't think I've heard, let me see, while I blind myself with Goodreads. Let me look up the first book and see if I recognize. Okay, it's by Lois McMaster. Is it Bujold? Is that how you pronounce her last name? I really want to find a book written by her that I can enjoy. I really didn't like The Curse of Chalion. But I do want to give her another try at some point in time. So, interesting. I'm assuming since you're on book 9 that you've enjoyed the series, unless the series doesn't have to be read in order. But I'm assuming that it does since it's a fantasy book. Anna's here. Hello. And Ro, welcome. Rachel is here. It's that time again. Sprints. Woohoo. Happy to have you here. I think I'm going to try and pick up Exit Strategy. Oh, wonderful. I love Exit Strategy. I'm trying to think of where that ranked on my Murderbot list, but I really enjoyed that whole series. Such a good book. Julie is currently working on This Kingdom Will Not Kill Me, and hopefully going back to The Red Winter. I thought you'd already read This Kingdom Will Not Kill Me. Is this a reread? For some reason, I thought you'd already read that one, by Eleni Andrews. And going back to The Red Winter, and you say hopefully. Does that mean like you've DNF'd that at some point and are now going back to it? Or maybe you just had to put it down for some reason? You'll have to let me know if The Red Winter, if you think it's something that I would enjoy. Um, it's on my TBR, and Kirsten is reading it this month as well. I'm just a little hesitant about it, but I've heard really good things, and the premise sounds interesting to me, so I'm contemplating. Rose Spider-Man was great, 5 out of 5, wonderful. 100% comic book accurate, Spidey. I love that. Tom really gets to shine in Brand New Day. It gave me similar feelings to Superman, but in a different way. Aw. I haven't seen like a newer movie in such a long time, Ro. I always wait until, they've come out and the hype is kind of over. I guess that's not true. I saw the Sheep Detectives in theaters, but I think I should say I haven't seen a superhero movie like in theaters when it first comes out in quite some time. I think the last one was probably Endgame. Yeah, I think that was the last one I saw in theaters. And it is kind of fun. It's like I don't know, it feels nostalgic of like being young and like excited about your heroes being on screen. Hillary, I'll be listening to Astrid Parker Doesn't Fail. I haven't heard of that one. Two good reads. I love the name Astrid. Oh, it's a series. A romance series. Oh, I love the cover. It's cute. Since it's a series, do you have to read it in order? Or can you read them out of order since it's a romance? I know sometimes romances, it doesn't matter. A romantic comedy. Delilah Green Doesn't Care, I think, is what it's saying is the first one. Goodreads is uh, being a little slow. Well, I love the cover of that book. It's very cute. I hope you enjoy. Hello, Carpe Demon. Good morning. I'll be starting the fourth Clown in the Cornfield book. I didn't realize there were so many of those. I haven't read any of them, but are you I'm assuming you're enjoying it. I haven't heard very many people talk about that. Like the Clown in the Cornfield. I think I've seen a vlog of maybe the first book. I'm trying to think of who I saw read it. I just don't know if it would be for me. Because it's like, is it like campy horror? Do I have that correct? Okay, you're reading the third Clown in the Cornfield, and the fourth one comes out this month. Oh, that's exciting. Is that a series you also, since it's horror, I would assume you have to read it in order because people probably die. That's just my guess, but maybe I'm wrong. And I'm planning to read Ancestral Night, but seem to have fallen into BookTube. Hey, that's not a bad problem to have. I understand. Ro, it's cool that The Empire of Silence is a finished series. It is. The original publisher canceled the series after book 4, jumped to a different publisher, became a hit, and the OG bought the rights. Crazy. It is crazy. And it really completely jacked up the books that I bought. Because although you said it got canceled after book 4, for me, books 1, 2, and 3 all are very similar in like paper texture and the floppiness. I bought paperback copies. And book 4 is like stiff, and it's made out of like you could tell it's like a cheaper paper source. And I feel like the cover also, or the spines maybe, are different. So I was quite upset because I bought, of course, when I loved the first one, I bought the first 4 books. And I shouldn't have. I should have just bought them as I went, but I might have to look and see if I can find them reprinted, but I don't know if that would even work because I bought them so long ago. It is fun that it's a finished series because I do feel like I can just kind of zip through and uh, not have to worry about having to wait for a publication, even though I have a lot. I have a lot of pages to get through before I get to the end. Tennille, I think you would like the Penrick novels or novellas. It's more adventure and doesn't have an age gap pairing. Lovely. I read the bind up, so it's kind of like, okay, kind of like novels. I read them physically only though, because I don't get along with the audios. I feel like a lot of, and I didn't look at when those books were published, but I feel like a lot of older audios I don't love. I feel like we've definitely made some strides in that category as far as, um, I don't know if you call that publishing whenever you put an audiobook out, but I recently read the Dragon Riders of Pern, the first book, on audio, and it's a time. I don't even know how to describe it. It's a little dry. I feel like they definitely didn't care as much about like pizzazz. It was more about accessibility, and getting a book out in multiple formats. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. I shouldn't, like, I don't want to put anybody down, but that's how I felt about the Dragon Riders of Pern. And it's honestly how I feel about, and it wasn't even published that long ago. I know the Dragon Riders of Pern was published in the late 60s, I think, the first book. But what's the first book in that series called by Robin Hobb? The Farseer trilogy, The Assassin's Apprentice, its audiobook is also kind of similar to that. And I think I would rather read them physically. But, and maybe you have a different reason for not liking the audio. Julia Kingdom. Okay, it is a reread. Good. I was like, am I crazy? I'm pretty sure I've talked to you about that book before. And you're enjoying The Red Winter a lot so far, but I put it down for a couple of days. Okay. Well, I hope you get back to it, and I hope you continue to enjoy it. And you will have to let me know if I should pick it up or if it should be something I avoid. Roe Kashil's Dart has romantic scenes, but it's really a political fantasy. So that's one that I've had people recommend, and then I've had people tell me not to read it. And I don't know if there's something in it. I don't know if it's because of the romance that people think I won't like it, or if it's because of something else. But it is one that I've been interested in. Okay, Carpe Demon, the cornfield, Cloud in the Cornfield. It's pretty campy. It requires a complete suspension of belief, but you think it's fun. I kind of like that though in a horror novel. I mean, I like it in a lot of different things, but I think it could be fun. I just don't know that I would love the clowns. I, I don't know about that. That's the part that I'm like, I don't know. But I'm glad that you're enjoying the series. Hello, small channel. Welcome. I hope that you're doing well. Well, friends, it is 9:15 for me. I know that for some of you, it's definitely later at night, or later in the day. But we are going to go on our first sprint. We're going to do hour-long sprints. Like I said, I am going to be off screen. I'm going to go for a walk and go for a bike ride. But I'll be back and we can chat about what we all got done. Tennille, The Assassins of Thassalon was published in 2021. Oh, it's the current in the Progress series. Okay, I was thinking just because of the author it was published, because I know she has some older titles as well. Because I think Curse of Shalion in, and I'm, older titles. I thought it was in the 90s, but I could be wrong. Okay, so it's not an older title and you're still not vibing with the audio. Interesting. I'll have to look and see if it's even available at my library, but I do feel like maybe she's just an author that I need to read physically. But who knows? I might find a series by her that I really enjoy that I want to listen on audio, but I'll be careful about that one. Okay, guys, we're gonna go on a sprint. Go and be productive. Take care of yourselves. Eat some breakfast or have some sustenance, depending on where you are in your day. And I'll see you guys in an hour. Welcome back from our first sprint. Let me know what you guys got up to. Before I talk about what I got up to, let's go ahead and talk about the blistering bonus that you guys are, if you are participating in the summer saunter. So we only have 2 of these left. And we have more summer than we have, so we will have a couple of sprint sessions that are just like catch-up sprints. So one of the sets of prompts that we haven't paired together yet is reading a book that features a lovable duo and making a citrus or berry themed dessert. So those are the 2 I'm going to pair today. And I am going to allow, if you are completing the blistery bonus, that you don't necessarily have to make it a citrus or berry themed dessert, as long as the following things happen. 1, since we're pairing it with reading a book that has a lovable duo, you have to make the dessert with a friend. So pick someone that you enjoy hanging out with and ask them to come over, or I don't know, you could meet at a place if you have, I know certain areas will have like baking classes. You can go and like make something together. But I want you, because I have tied into the book as well, I want you to try and figure out or read some information on the story prior to getting to it on the culture of the people who you are reading about. So maybe they're from a specific place. Maybe they have like a recipe that they really enjoy making, a dessert that they talk about in the book. And I want you to make that. And that's why I'm saying you don't have to do citrus or berry, because maybe that's not something that would fit with that particular culture. But that's my challenge to you. I think this one's really hard. It can be easy, especially if you really enjoy baking. But I think that it will be really interesting to see some of the recipes that you guys come up with and some of the cultures that are represented within these books. So that is the blistery bonus for you guys if you are wanting to participate in that. And you have to share the recipe on the Discord, and pictures of whatever you're making would be lovely because I'm always interested in that. I did go for a walk. I got a little over 2 miles, and then I came back and cooled down a little bit. It's nice outside, but it is still warm in the sun. And I got to 60% of Empire of Silence, and I'm still liking it. We are starting to have more conversations surrounding the alien life forms and languages, which I really, really appreciate about the story. The fact that Hadrian, our main character, is someone who studies languages and has been interested in linguistics. So now he's talking to one of the characters that you meet in the story about the aliens that exist on the world that he is on currently, and they communicate in a really different way. And so he's trying to kind of parse together how their communication works and how they think. And I really like it. It's very fun. So a productive sprint for me. I know that we had some people join us. Bethany joined, sprint hopping today. I hope you catch us as well, Bethany. Thanks for stopping in. Reading Golden Fool, hoping to finish it today. Loving the Tawny Man. Love that. We also had Ashley stop by. Good morning. Trying to decide what to read for the remainder of sprints. Well, if you have some options and you want some help deciding, let us know. Or whenever you decide, let us know what you're going to be getting to. Julie hit part 2 of Kingdom and started a load of laundry, trying to hunt down a crochet pattern too. Ooh, what type of crochet pattern? I need to do some laundry today as well. That's probably what I'm going to do in the next sprint. And maybe get some house cleaning done as well. I am not doing my traditional meal prepping during sprints today because I am planning on making a trip to Costco with my husband later today, and we're going to get some. Last week we ended up going to Costco and got some like pre-made protein meals. They had like a beef chimichurri, which was very tasty. And so I think we're going to go back and check out some of those meals, which may or may not be a detriment as far as like we're going later in the day. And so if we go and we don't find anything, then my meal prepping time has been taken, but whatever, it's fine. We're taking a risk. We should have done this yesterday, but that's okay. Carpe Diem read 50 pages in the Church of Friendo, Clown in the Cornfield. My husband's cooking brunch, so next sprint will be a meal break. Love that. Get some sustenance. I will probably wait until the last sprint, I think, to eat. I had a big breakfast this morning, and so I'm not quite there yet. But do you know what you're eating? I'm I'm a foodie. Let me know if you're having something scrumptious. Hillary made it to 12%, and Astra Parker doesn't fail. I like it so far. Already made me audibly laugh. I love that. Especially, I feel like comedies can hit or miss a lot of the time because comedy is so, or humor is so hard to write because it's subjective. So I'm glad. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Tennille read some of each Penric 9 and Kashiel's Dart and worked on meal prep. Lovely. Are you meal prepping anything that you're super excited about, Tennille? Hello, Jen. Hope you are doing well. Bethany got a chapter read and folding laundry. Wonderful. Lots of laundry to do today. Lucina, 82% to remarkably bright. Oh my goodness, you're far in. I thought you just started it. 82% into remarkably bright creatures. And I want it to be over already, which is not a good sign. Oh no. It sucks because for the first half of it, it was looking like a 5-star read. Oh, that's a bummer, friend. I'm sorry. I hope maybe it turns around and surprises you, but even then, it's probably not a 5-star if it had a little chunk of it that didn't work. Ugh, that's a bummer. Tennille has tomorrow off, so you can spread meal prepping over 2 days, but I do need to cook some today because I've run out of prepared meals. Yeah, get some stuff done so you have it ready for you later in the week. Rachel, I do think it's worth finishing the Remarkably Bright Creatures. Yeah, I hope you like the last little bit. I hope that it surprises you. Julie was working on a blanket, but put the project down for a few months, and you forget how to do the corners. So I'm trying to find the pattern. I had never thought about that as far as because yeah, you like with hobbies, you're gonna put some things down or to the side, or life gets crazy or whatever, and you need to step away from it for a little bit, and having to keep everything organized and like in a place so you don't forget about it. Especially if you were doing something by memory. Well, I hope you find it. Good luck with the blanket. Ashley, I just finished Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil last night, and I loved it so much. Nothing looks appealing right now. Oh, that sucks. Like you have a book hangover. Or do you think you're wanting something similar, or do you think you're wanting like something completely different? Or maybe it's not time to read. Maybe you want to do another hobby and kind of, get away from reading for a minute, let it cool, and then come back to it whenever you have the craving again. Because, yeah, I know that sucks whenever you read something that you just absolutely love. Lucinda, okay, you started it last weekend. I don't know why I was thinking that you'd started it this morning, and I was like, 82%. Like, I almost had a heart attack for a second. Carpe Diem, he's making French toast with figs from my aunt's tree. Oh, I love that. He made butter and whipped cream too from fresh cream we had. Life tip, marry a pro chef. Ooh, all of that sounds delicious. I'm jealous. I want to join. That's so fun that you have figs from an actual tree. You've seen it. You've seen it grow. And the fact that you have homemade butter and whipped cream, which is just, I'm jealous. Ian has 74% of Ancestral Night. I'm enjoying it so far. Space opera with elements of hard sci-fi. Ancestral Night. I don't think I know that title, Ian. Elizabeth Bear. Was published in 2019. I don't think I've heard of this. Well, you'll have to let me know if you like it all the way to the end. Ooh, and it has some like, not that that means anything, but the list of like books that it's like similar to are all books that I have either really loved, because this is Outlaw Planet by M.R. Carey, Slow Gods by Claire North, Platform Decay by Martha Wells, and there's an Anne Leckie book in here too. Tempting. Lucina, yeah, it deviated a lot from what I wanted the story at this point, so I don't know if it'll get over. Oh no, over a 3-star, a 5-star to a 3-star. Ugh, that sucks. I'm sorry, friend. Tennille, nothing super exciting on the menu, although I made a more labor-intensive carrot and onion preparation that I might make again. It's tasty. I love carrots and onions go in a lot of things that I make. That and I think celery, those are probably my, or not celery, cucumbers. Those are my top 3 veggies that I put in a lot of things. Um, so I hope you do make it. It does sound tasty. Ashley, I think I might read Agnes O'Bear. Going to try it in the next sprint. I hope you enjoy. That one wasn't for me, but I hope it works for you. Yeah, book hangover for sure. Something different to read would be the best. And Agnes O'Bear is so different than Barry Airbones and the Midnight Soil. So you will definitely be getting a little bit of whiplash as far as the topics of the book go. I love the hobby idea. Maybe I'll work on my, ooh, your paint by sticker book. I love that. Oh my gosh, I saw some of those when I was book shopping. I did a little book tour in the city that I live in. And it was so fun to see. I hadn't seen those before. I've seen like the paint by number books, like the ones that have like the massive paintings that are like meant for an adult audience. But I recently saw the the paint by sticker books, and I think they're so cute. I think that's a great idea. And it's the first book in the White Space series by Elizabeth Bear. Um, ooh, it's up for best series for this year's Hugo. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. I'll definitely have to check into it then. I mean, it sounds interesting anyway. And like I said, it's compared to some of the books that I've really, really loved. But I'm kind of shocked that I haven't heard of it. So putting this on my list. I'll have to see if my library has a copy. Very fun. I need to look into um, the Hugos. I feel like I've looked for I don't know, every year runs together. But I feel like I've looked at the Hugos this year and I don't remember seeing that, but maybe it's on, if it's on best series, maybe it's just because I didn't recognize it. Oh, Christina is here. Hello, Christina. Good morning. Yes, remember to take care of yourselves for sure. And we are about ready to go on our next sprint. So we'll be able to take a minute and rehydrate. I need to fill up my water and get some things done. So yes, on this sprint, I am probably going to do some laundry and maybe I'll do half and half. I'll do like some productive things and then I'll be able to sit in here with you guys for a little bit and read and maybe play some cards on my desk. I think that sounds lovely. So I'll start with the productive things and then I'll end with the fun stuff in this sprint. And it was in the Hugo package, more than 100 books and other works for, ooh, a $50 membership. Like they gave you, I don't know, I didn't know about this, Anne. I'll have to look this up. They give you more than 100 books for a $50 membership. Like whenever so I'm trying to think of, because the Hugo is one that people do get to vote for, right? Like originally, and then there's like a board of people who end up deciding who the finalists are. Is that right? Maybe I have the awards mixed up with something else, but so is that the membership that you're paying for? Okay, you can vote. That's what I thought. Interesting. That would be fun, especially if you get access to a whole bunch of books and then get to decide. So I'm assuming that you get to vote for the winner. Okay. I'm assuming you don't have to read every single book though, right? You just get to choose, or is there, I'm curious now. Are there rules for like you have to have read this many books before you can vote, or you buy a membership and then you can vote type of a thing? Rachel, yeah, we haven't had any Andy sightings today. He came in here whenever I first started talking to you guys this morning and he hid behind the curtain. He likes to sit up here. There's like a little bench seat behind or in a window, and our curtains are too long for the window, and so he likes to hide under the curtain in the window seat, and that's where he's been all morning. So he doesn't seem interested, although he did just get down and he's like now wandering. He heard his name and he's like, I have been summoned. but it looks like he's going to lay on the carpet. So maybe next sprint he'll come and say hello to you guys. And you get to read and vote for whatever you want. Reading everything, okay, is not required. I was gonna say that's a lot. That's a big responsibility. I know that Jolene, one of the booktubers that was on Battle of the Booktubers, she has been on the Canada Reads. I don't know if I have that award program correctly, but it was a really interesting process that she had to read. I think they're given like a subset of books and they read all of them and then rank them. Um, but it's not 100 books. So interesting. I do find like all of the different awards, the bookish awards, fascinating how each one organizes like who wins differently. But very fun. I'm excited that you'll get a vote. Well, friends, we are going to go on our second sprint. So go and get some things done. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Welcome back to from our middle sprint. I was going to say from our last sprint, but it was definitely not our last sprint. Let me know what you guys got done. That was a bit of a cluster of a sprint for me. I did not get the things done I was expecting to get done. I was going to get some laundry finished, or at least in the machine, but my husband is in the middle of doing laundry, and so couldn't do that. So I did a little bit of like cleaning around the kitchen, and organizing some things. I also did change books, but unfortunately I don't have a graphic. I thought that the pages I had for Empire of Silence would last me the entire sprints, but it went by really quickly. So, um, and because it's a buddy read, I don't want to get too far ahead of the person of Victoria that I'm reading it with. And so I did switch over to our podcast read, which is The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter, if any of you guys are going to join us for that in August. So I can't really talk about the book much, but I can say that I'm excited for the reread of this, because this is a reread for me, first time read for Leandra. So excited to get back into a book that I have really enjoyed in the past. So those are the things that I got done. I'm currently 36% into The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter. And I think moving forward with the last sprint, I'm going to try and get some, I think I will be able to get at least a load in the dryer, in the washer, and then maybe do some vacuuming. I was going to do some vacuuming, and then I felt bad because Andy was laying on the carpet, and Andy hates the vacuum. And so I paused my thought on that. So, but he's in the window again. So maybe I can get that done during the sprint. But let us see what you guys got up to. We had Leandra pop in during that sprint. Hello, Leandra. I hope you're doing well. I did just respond on Voxer to your message. I think you saw it. So, hello. Thank you for being here. And everyone's saying hello. We also lost Rachel during that sprint. She was nodding off. And so totally understand. Go take care of yourself, friend. I hope you get a good night's sleep. And Bethany got all the laundry folded. Bedding is changed on my bed and lined up to wash with the kids' bedding. I took a shower, need to eat, and then go back to the Golden Fool. Sounds like a plan. I also, in the next sprint, because I'm getting a little hungry, so I might eat in the next sprint. I don't know. I guess I have a bean salad that I could have. I need to chat with Brian because I think he's going over to his grandma's for lunch, just to make sure that I don't need to also have something for him, because if so, we might have toasted raviolis, I think is what I would want if we were going to eat lunch together. Carpe Demon ate brunch, made it to page 95 in the Church of Friendo, and started a load of laundry. Wonderful. Yeah, I got I got the correction. Ashley decided to read You Belong Here by Megan Miranda. Made it to 16% in. I usually love her books, but the premise and the setup of this feels like a repeat of so many other books in the genre. Oh, that's a bummer. I feel like I've only read one Megan Miranda, if I remember correctly. I feel like it was, but I mix up Megan Miranda with another author. Megan Miranda writes thrillers, right? Is that right? Am I thinking of the right person? Yes. And let me see if I can figure out which book. So I've read Such a Quiet Place, which I ended up rating 3 stars. But thrillers are not my typical, they're not my norm. I don't tend to enjoy thrillers. So take that with a grain of salt. But I'm trying to think of the author that I mix her up with. There's another author that has 2 like first names that I'm probably not going to remember it. And it's definitely, they're not authors that I pick up frequently, but well, it's a bummer though, that it's an author that you usually love and it didn't work out, especially being that, you're just off of a book high. You want your next book to like suck you back in. Hopefully it gets interesting and somehow unique as it goes on. Oh, you're going to continue it. You're not going to give up on it. Interesting. Well, Ashley, I hope that it does. I hope that it surprises you in some way. Maybe it's, it's a trick. They're trying to trick you with all of the normal tropes and other types of storylines. I'll hope that for you. Tennille worked on more chores and read 3 chapters of Kashiel's Dart and 1 chapter of Penric 9. Lovely. Lots of progress made. Hillary got ready for the day, now headed to the gym. Yeah, thanks for being here, Hillary. I appreciate it. Have fun at the gym. I would like to go on a bike ride, but being that the walk that I went on at, 9:15, it was warm. I'm sure that it's 80 right now. It wouldn't be too terrible. So I might wait until after sprints though, so I don't come back like completely red-faced. Not that you guys care, but let's see. Lucina finished Remarkably Bright Creatures, 3 stars. Oh, that's a bummer, my friend, especially because you were loving it at the beginning. That stinks. Well, at least it's over. You finished it. So you can say that you've read it. Interesting, though, that it was like the first 50% you were really loving, and then it took a turn that you did not. Are you going to, and I'm almost positive that that is the one that has the adaptation. Are you going to watch the adaptation, or do you think like, nah, I'm not interested now because I know kind of where it goes? Jen fed the cat, drank some tea. Lovely. I know that Andy is still in the window, but I wonder. So he came out right before the last sprint started because I think he got a little warm in the window, and so he'll come out and he'll sprawl out on the carpet to kind of cool off. So I wonder how long he'll last. But he hasn't been asking me for any snacks or anything. He ate his breakfast this morning at 6 a.m. So we'll see if he gets hungry again. Kathy is here. Hello, Kathy. Popping in quick to say hi. Hello. Watching my grandson today. He's napping now. Have a lovely week. Yeah, you too, Kathy. Thanks for popping in. Julie did not find the pattern. Oh no, but I frogged back to the last corner and reverse engineered how it was supposed to work. So now that I remember, oh, wonderful. Well, that's good that you could do that. But that meant that I had to keep counting and I couldn't listen to my audiobook. Yeah, I imagine that would be difficult whenever you are counting. Yeah, you wouldn't want to get mixed up. I love the term frogged. Leander and I have talked about this before. Because I'm pretty sure that's the motion of like you taking the yarn out. And I just find the phrase that it's like that I frogged back, like I'm going back, kind of like hopping back, I guess. And we did, at the time of our conversation, we did look at the origins of that, and I don't think anyone really has like a clear origin of why that's the phrase that's used, but I just think it's cute. But very creative for you to reverse engineer so you can figure out how to do the corners. Who was I talking to recently? As far as like doing audiobooks during certain things, there are a lot of people who have like different opinions on what they like to do when they listen to an audiobook. One of my friends was talking about how she likes to listen to audiobooks when she runs. And I can listen to an audiobook when I'm walking. I cannot listen to an audiobook when I run. I don't know what it is about my brain chemistry, but when I'm running, I'm focusing on reading and getting where I'm going. Or not reading, breathing and getting where I'm going. And so it's not something that I can concentrate on. I can't concentrate on an audiobook. But walking, I can. And she finds listening to an audiobook when she's walking to be boring. And she will like look off at, whatever scenery she's walking into and not actually listen to the story. And then I was talking to Victoria whenever we were reading Empire of Silence, and she started puzzling. And so she was saying that some puzzles she can listen to an audiobook and some puzzles she can't. And I kind of find that way. So I play cards a lot of time when I'm playing or when I'm listening to an audiobook. And I know lots of people who like play video games or crochet or paint. And I have found that I can't, like, I love to draw and paint. I can't do that while I'm listening to an audiobook. I will not listen to the audiobook. With cozy games, like I know Leandra will listen to an audiobook sometimes when she's playing cozy games. I can't do that. I feel like It's I don't know. I'm just engrossed in whatever the story is of the game, and I guess it would depend on what type of game you're playing. So it is interesting, like what things that your brain can listen to an audiobook while still doing. And I think it probably has to come down to muscle memory, right? You are, a crocheter. You crochet frequently, and so that task, other than obviously when you're counting, is something that you feel like your brain doesn't have to completely focus on, and so I can focus on something else. Because I can also listen while I'm cleaning, and I've found that some people can't do that. So I don't know. It's just interesting. Ashley, I'm a sucker for punishment. Thank you. I usually DNF, but I've liked her stuff before, so I want to believe I could somehow enjoy it. Well, I hope you're right. I do. I hope you end up loving it. Oh, Kathy, thanks. You don't have to watch the replay, but I appreciate it if you do. I hope you enjoy. Tennille, if you take a close-up photo and send it to me, aw, Julie, I could likely tell the stitches for you. No need to undo the stitches. Oh, that's lovely, Tennille. Jen, I read 57% of the crime book Recalled to Life yesterday. It's been really fun. It's a reinvestigation of a 30-year-old case that had been deemed solved. Ooh, that's interesting. Wait, is this real? Like a real life crime? Or is this still fiction? Sometimes, I guess, if it's a crime book, maybe it's real. Sometimes it's not, though. That's interesting, though. If well, actually, it's interesting either way, if it's real or if it's not real. But to kind of go back through all of the facts. And since it had been deemed solved, I'm assuming they were wrong. Intriguing. Leandra, yes, it is. It is such a fun phrase. I like it. Lucina, I don't know what to do about the adaptation now. I do love Sally Field. I mean, you could try it, and if you don't like it, then stop watching. That's okay. To Christina, because when you are pulling out the stitches, it makes a ribbit sound. I'm trying to think of what the phrase, because ribbit was definitely in the explanation online that we looked up, but I can't remember how it was worded. Julie, I was told that it's because you pull out the stitches fast enough, it sounds like a ribbit. Not sure if that's true or just what I was told. And I don't know, I haven't crocheted in quite some time, but I feel like there wouldn't be a noise when you're pulling because it's just yarn. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if you like listen real close to your ear. When I want to keep consistent low impact pace for running, I could listen to an audiobook or a podcast. I might be able to listen to a podcast. It would probably depend on the podcast, but I feel like some podcasts, they have like sections that they'll talk in, and so it's not that you have to remember the whole thing. Like you're not following a plot. And so I feel like sometimes I could probably listen to a podcast. But for an audiobook, it doesn't work for me. I don't know, my brain just won't hook on to the series or the information that I'm being given. And Julie, once I undid the last corner and looked at it closer, I remember the stitches. I'm glad that you remembered because that can suck, especially since you're like in the middle of the blanket. You're like, I don't want to not finish it. I have so much work done already. I need to figure out what I did and how I did it. Jen, one of the two cops that was featured was a young one on the original investigation and believes security services are meddling and trying to hide something by blaming his mentor who originally led to things. Okay, it's fiction, not true crime. But the fictional is linked to an actual 60s political scandal. So it does have some like real world leanings or inspiration. Interesting. I just finished a mystery, The Secret Place by Tana French, and it was about it's not really a cold case because it was only a year old, but it was about a boy who ends up getting killed on the grounds of a girls' school, and it happened a year ago. And so you're trying to figure out what happened. And it was interesting to kind of relive some of the original because you get one of the detectives that's involved, it was on the original case, and then one of them is brand new. And so having that dynamic was really fun because you get to see like what the old detective knew and what the new detective is gleaning, what's different from, the original investigation. That was very fun. Leander, there were 2 or 3 theories explaining for frogging, but I can't remember. It was an interesting thing to look up, though, to kind of see uh, where people believed the origin would be. Bethany always thought it was because Rippet sounds a lot like Ribbit. I do think that was one of uh, the options as far as like the theories for where it came from. Tana French is so excellent. The Secret Place is the next one for me in the Dublin Murder Squad series. So I started at that one. I've read one other Tana French, which I just thought was fine. It was Into the Woods, I think was that book. I think. And I definitely liked The Secret Place more. So I need to look for like what my next Tana French will be. So yeah, it was fun. It was definitely an intriguing read. I feel as though that mystery, and I haven't read many like just straight mysteries recently. I do feel like that one I was thinking about a lot more than I had other books that I'd picked up. Um, it was keeping my brain going even after I had put the book down for the day. So that was fun. And yes, Leandra loves Tana French. Has anyone here tried C.K. McDonald's police crime series? I didn't know that they had a police crime series because that's the same author of the Stranger Times series, right? I think the first one is the Dublin trilogy, which isn't a trilogy. Interesting. No, I didn't realize that the only thing I've read by C.K. McDonald is the Stranger Times series. Let me see. Is that typically what they write? I haven't looked into them at all. Okay, same author. Let me see. And you said the Dublin trilogy. I love whenever you look things up on Goodreads is just not very great at like search engine-ness. Is it called, oh, this is in a different language. There's a German edition. Bunny McGarry. What did you say it was called? Oh, maybe that's why, because I'm in like I don't know if that's considered a pseudonym. Yes. Let me go to his other name then. Okay. Yes. That's why I wasn't finding it. So the Dublin trilogy, The Dead Man's Sin, that's number 2. Where's number 1? How are they not in order? Oh, that's number 5. Oh my goodness. Okay, A Man with One of Those Faces is the first book. No, I didn't realize I didn't know C.K. McDonald was a pseudonym for him, so I have not. I would be interested though, because I love the Stranger Times series. I think it's amazing. So, curious. Jin Broken Harbor, which is the one before The Secret Place, was really good. Set in a period just after the 2008 financial crisis devastated Ireland's incredible economic progress. Interesting. Okay, I'll keep that one in mind. I don't know if I want to stay in the same series because I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Because you can read them all out of order, which is a weird dynamic for me to get to get used to. But yeah, I just need to look through a couple and see where I want to go next with her works. But very cool. Well, friends, we are going to get to our last sprint. And I am going to try and get some laundry done. I think I heard the washer go off, so I think I could go and change things out and actually get my laundry going. And then I'm going to eat some lunch, and then I'll be back to hang out with you guys for our last little chatty bit. Okay, it looks like there are 9 books in the Dublin trilogy, 5 books in an offshoot series. I might try them since Hoopla has them. Ooh, please do. And if you like them, Tennille, let me know because I might hop on that. I really like him as an author. Leander, a chance out of series order, out of series order. Join the dark side. I will join the dark side for mysteries, friend, but I don't know that I can do that for fantasies. Although, if the books don't if it doesn't matter the order, I don't know that I care, but it does kinda hurt my heart a little, my little fantasy brain. Okay, guys, we're gonna go on a sprint. Have fun, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, and welcome back from our last sprint. Let me know what you guys got up to, what your plans are for the rest of the day. I know some of you are probably going to head off because I believe there is a library event, sprints, something of the sort. So thank you guys for joining me this morning. I hope you continue to have a wonderful, productive Sunday, that you get to read some things that you absolutely love. And hold on, another cough. You guys didn't need to hear. But yeah, I hope that your weekend continues to be fantastic. That last sprint was very productive for me, so I'm happy that I got some things done. Got a load of laundry in. It's probably ready at this point to transfer, and got my vacuuming done and got lunch made, ate some lunch, got to chill out for a little bit. I also got to listen to a little bit more of The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter. I'm currently at 40%. Um, so made some good progress there. Yeah. And for the rest of the day, I think I'm just, ooh, and you guys get an Andy. You get an Andy visit. I didn't know if he was going to actually show up today. Can you get your butt out of the camera? Gross. They don't want to see that. Come here. So he is here. He says hello. You want my arm to lay on, or are you're gonna do it yourself? Okay. So you guys get a little bit of an Andy treat. He says hello. He's not been happy with me because of the vacuuming, so he hid for most of that sprint underneath the bed, and I just went and coaxed him out right before we got back on live. So he is here. But yes, for the rest of the day, I need to get some more cleaning done around the house, some more laundry. I need to fold some clothes and put some stuff away, and then I'll have my grocery trip at some point in time, where we're going to get some dinners for the rest of uh, the week. I need to see, I think I have enough stuff in my refrigerator to make my bean salads for this week, so I don't need to buy anything extra. So I need to do that before going to the grocery store. But a pretty productive Sunday morning. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Let's see. Tennille read read more of Assassins of Thessalon and did a few chores. Ashley made it to 33%, and the book got more interesting, thankfully. I hope that that continues, Ashley. Tennille thinking of making, blueberry walnut oatmeal for lunch. That sounds fantastic. Blueberries have become one of my favorite fruits. I eat blueberries every single morning with my Greek yogurt and my granola, and I haven't gotten tired of it yet. So, mixing them with walnuts and oatmeal does sound delicious. So, I hope you do that. Julie, you have lunch or you had lunch and made it to chapter 14 of Kingdom. Wonderful. And yes, a last moment Andy appearance. He decided to bless you guys with his presence for just a little bit of time, which is funny. Usually he comes out earlier than this, but he's not having it today. He was wanting to hide in the window. Jen, I'll continue reading Recalled to Life. It's been terrific detour from most of the fantasy that I've been reading. It is nice to be able to, veer off the beaten path and read something that's one of the reasons that I picked up The Secret Place by Tana French, because I have a lot of hefty fantasy going on right now and an epic sci-fi, and so I needed something that was just different. And it was nice to be able to just read just a mystery. I'll also do a bit of food prep. Got all the groceries yesterday, so now I need to follow through on the prep. You can do it. I believe in you, Jen. Bethany ate lunch, read a chapter, folded towels. Probably should go and check on my kid, who went to the neighbors. I was going to say, I thought you were going to say, like, who went very quiet. So I need to go check to make sure that they're okay. Well, I hope that they're good. Sounds like you've gotten so much stuff done today, Bethany. Tennille, I wish I was more physically able, and that I had a deep freeze, because my family has, oh my goodness, a blueberry field. That's amazing. Wow. Well, I wish those things for you as well, but maybe someday though you can, I don't know how uh well, I guess it would depend on the field, but I don't know if you get to experience it at all or if it's just something that you don't get to experience. But how interesting that your family has a blueberry field. Is it just for them or do they produce for like the town or interesting? I don't know that I've ever met anybody who grows their own blueberries. And having a deep freeze is definitely helpful. Um, ours, we do have one, but it's mainly used for meat because we buy a cow from a local farmer instead of buying our hamburger from, like, I don't know, from the grocery store, which does save us money, but it's a lot of room that is necessary. I'm impressed with people who like do canning and will grow like blueberries or fruits, veggies. I see a lot of people do it with like tomatoes, at least a lot of people that I know, and it's always really impressive to me because I love all of the veggies, but I do often like I have to buy them weekly because they go bad so quickly. So it would be nice to have another means of making sure that things stick around long enough for you to use them. Andy looks much recovered from the terror of the vacuum. I don't know why he didn't used to be like this when he was little. Or little. He's never been little. We didn't ever have him as a kitten, but when we first got him, he wasn't scared of the vacuum. So I don't know why it's become more of a an issue in his, I don't want to say old age, but in his elderliness that he has right now. Because he is like just absolutely terrified of it. It's the one thing that he will like run and hide from, and he's uncomfortable the entire time I'm vacuuming the house. So like I usually vacuum the upstairs area first, and he could totally get away from it if he would just go into the kitchen. What are you doing, bud? You have an itch? You're not really sitting in like a great area. You're gonna like fall over and knock my camera over. Could be a good show though. Um, but yeah, he could completely get out of the way because our kitchen is has wooden floors. So if you just went in there, and he will for a little bit, but then as soon as I get closer to the kitchen and he wants to go elsewhere, and then he ends up being somewhere where I need to go back and vacuum, and yeah, it's an interesting endeavor for him, but he bounces back quickly. Percy's still hiding under the bed. I accidentally, oh no, set off the smoke alarm this morning, and that did not jibe with his view of the world. Oh, that stinks. I hate that too. Our dog, Cooper, anytime a type of alarm like that goes off, he's like ruined for the rest of the day. He cannot handle, my goodness, bud, you're knocking over my cards. It's just chaos right now. But yeah, Cooper will run and hide, and he gets the shakes too. So hopefully Percy recovers quickly. It's sad for them whenever stuff like that happens. Tennille, as a teen, I used to rake where the mechanical picker couldn't go, the hills. My dad used to make the mechanical pickers and used to produce some on the field, but he has ALS and PLS now. Also, now that the tractor isn't doing the picking, the bear, bear thinks the blueberry, like a bear? A bear? He followed my mom back to her car, oh my gosh, and reared up the last time when she was picking there. She got in the car and honked the horn, and the bear left. That's terrifying, Tennille. Oh my gosh. I hope I hope that she can be safe. Wow, that's awful. Are there things that you can do for bear deterrence around? I mean, I know that obviously there's bear spray and stuff like that, but for like, I don't know. I feel like there are things that people use to like keep foxes away and things like that. I don't know if there's anything like that for bears. If you live in rural areas, there are black bears. Or there are bears, there are black bears. Yeah, I don't live around where, well, I'm pretty sure there's not any bears. I don't think so. I think we have bobcats, and I think there have been talk of the fact that we might have mountain lions, but that's almost a rumor. Like we don't see them very often if there are any out there. But bears, that's scary. Thanks for sprints. Yeah, thanks for being here, Ashley. I appreciate it. I hope you have the best couple of weeks as well. I'll see you on Sunday a couple of weeks from now. The neighbors also think the blueberries are there. Oh my gosh, but nothing can be done about that. That's irritating. Ugh. Especially if, like, I understand if, you live next door and maybe you ask and say, like, hey, if you guys have like extras, we would love to partake. But just to think that they belong to you, that's really frustrating. There are also coyotes, foxes, lynxes. We have coyotes and foxes. If we have mountain lions, I'm sure that we have lynxes. Although lynxes typically are more cold, right? They live in more cold environments, so we might not have those. The rumors about mountain lions too, but no one's really seen them. Yeah, I feel like the ones that typically when those rumors like start being more prevalent is when because we have some parkland around us, and there have been people who, not necessarily people who've disappeared, but like people who've gotten injured. And so people will talk about the fact that it was a mountain lion, but it's not necessarily a person who believes or who knows how large a mountain lion should be. So then there's like, was it really a big bobcat? Which they're very different in sizes, but there have been rumors for sure. So yeah, thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Julie. I appreciate it. Have a great week. Yes. Bobcats too, they tend to only show up in the snow. I know we have bobcats. So, I mean, we do get cold winters, but we have really hot summers too. So I just don't think they're super prevalent here. Thanks for being here, Bethany. And yeah, thanks for being here, Christina. Got a bunch of admin stuff done. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a beautiful afternoon as well. Tennille, my mom, ill advised, goes for walks in the woods with her machete. Oh my gosh. The coyotes have been hungry and surrounded her, growling. That's terrifying. And your mom sounds like a badass. Jen Wright makes me think of the book Blueberry Sal, where the little girl goes blueberry picking and a bear appears. The bear, of course, is not threatening. It's a picture book, so no bear incident. That's a sweet story. I hope that that's what happens. And the bear, that's terrifying. And the fact that your mom's just like, nope, I'm just gonna go for a walk in the woods. We would prefer that she stay closer to home, especially blind in one eye and at 73. That's crazy, Tennille. I mean, I'm glad that she, still has her independence in that sense and is like, but yeah, it would be uh hard. It would be like nerve-wracking, I suppose, when you have her going for walks in these really dangerous situations. I hope she stays safe. And yes, thank you for being here. Well, that is it for me, friends. I hope that you guys have a wonderful Sunday, that you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good week, and let me know what you guys are up to. If you have any fantastic books, reach out. I want to know all the details. If you guys do decide to bake for the summer saunter, I want to know about all the desserts that you guys get up to. I hope that you enjoy your week, and I will see you guys soon.